Hey guys, Wolf of War here. I'm back. I took a break to get a new camera set up. Um, so now I have this more centered, so I can get in a better position sitting and all. Also, I have the ability to switch to a secondary camera. Um, just gives a wider view angle of the desk. It's centered over here. The other one's centered over here. It's wild that it's picking up my hands over here. Wide angle lenses. So this one I can kind of drive down in and I can put my miniature right here and work on it. Even standing, it's at a really good place for me to be able to work on. And then sitting, it's much more comfortable position for me um, to paint at, and I have the ability to move it back and forth. So this is great. Absolutely fabulous. Is a show I used to catch every now and again, and it was pretty funny. British comedy. Okay. All right. Well, I'm about ready to begin painting again. I need to grab just a few things, so if you guys will bear with me for just a moment. I'm actually struggling to remember which flesh tone I used originally. I have it. I live streamed it, so I can always go back and find out. As a matter of fact, probably gonna need to do that. I need to find a different setup for the microphone situation here. I have Bluetooth devices, but historically they've sounded a little staticky. Um, I haven't tried it with this device. Maybe that would be worthwhile. Um, I'm not sure. That way I could at least talk to you guys as I was moving about. Anyway, I need 2 seconds. I believe I remember now, or I was watching the video. Um, Actually, looks like I didn't use Vallejo at all. I used the ink. It's like an orange yellowish. It's Azo Yellow Deep. Looks like that's what I actually used to do the highlights on the body. Mixed with, of course, the red that I had done on the wings. Um, doing basically a darker red under and then a lighter pink flesh color on the highlights. It's crazy. It doesn't really look pink, and but it is. Oh, this stuff is going to be so much nicer. I can already tell. I mean, look how I can get it in front of the camera. I wish the ability to zoom in was a little bit easier, but I'm working with what I got right now. Not necessarily dry. No, that's not even the one I was shaking. So I'm going to attempt real quick to go ahead and knock out some work on his hand. It's bothering me that he's off color. And really expected that to be a little bit lighter. I'll add a little bit more to it in a moment. I feel like I could use some kind of roughing. Paint feels like it's gliding over gloss. You guys know what I'm talking about. It may not even dabbing on my wrist when I'm using the color. That's new territory, man. It's gonna be a slow process unless I'm actually though afraid to put white on it. Uh, just have to give that a moment. Give me a little fan over here. Nice, wasn't it? Which I have fans, and they're loud. So I don't really know what point I was trying to make with that. Hey, now I got a paint well right there. Don't have to go very far for it. Ooh, it looks very. It looks almost like I'm trying to deepen that orange look. Maybe I should go just like the skin with the red first. And of course, that will definitely um, cover better than the orange. I mean, a little bit, anyways. They're both. Although, this red is the red that I made personally with a mix of um, acrylic paint and ink. Of course, I darkened it too a little bit with black, which has an effect on the opacity. Um, I was about to start talking about it, but I realized that I knew less about it than I guess, first thought. So maybe I'll just keep my mouth shut, do some research, and then I'll talk about it. I'm actually thinking of that red color. First might be good. I'm used to the paints drying a little bit faster than that. I imagine there's a little bit to do with the ink. Could probably paint this with a larger brush too. I feel like I'm using too small of a brush here. I keep going back and forth between trying to use the biggest brush I can and going back to smaller brushes. And I know one day I'll find that happy medium. Uh, but I'm planning to just switch brush when I feel like it's better than trying to like box myself into a certain type of brush or certain, um, like, oh, you always got to use a 6 or a 4. And you see how much time I save painting with the larger brush. Wow, still off camera, even though with the new setup. That's bad. That's bad mojo, bro. You gotta do better than that. Coming off camera again. Thing is, I want to keep it on the desk, but I found myself now having to reach so far over the desk. Maybe I'll just cut it off a little bit or something. We'll see. I'll mess with it later. So hard for me to do. Focus on what we're doing and about camera issues later. Maybe I'll, in my off time, play with it. This is something that I need to try to battle through that ADHD tendency to have to solve and fix that kind of problem immediately. And come on, skin, darken up and go opaque so I can start painting you in earnest. Base. Which I think I'm getting close. It's looking darker and closer to the color. Which the color of the wings now could be deceptive too, because I've gone over all of them. Feels like such a waste of time because um, you can't even tell. And there's some scratches right there. Wow, for me trying to see where that piece of fire went. I guess I didn't have it varnished or something, but all that is I think it's burnt sienna. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to do a better job remembering what paints I used if I'm gonna separate these parts and paint them individually. Well, let's try, I guess. Just basically some contrast medium, flow medium. Ooh, this distance between the handle and the guy is too much. Need to fix that. Go ahead and try to get the large parts of these two bracers here. It really doesn't matter if I hit the skeletons or the rocks, but I definitely want to hit these parts. Oh, cool. Somebody's in the chat. What's up, dude? Australia, good to have you in. Working on Necrons. Cool, man. Yeah. Um, I don't have any Necrons at the moment. What is it? I could barely see it across the room. More tech guard, I think. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. Love Necrons. Um, I was playing, um, was it Warhammer 40K? Oh wow, I can't even think of the name of the game right now. It was a couple of weeks ago. I haven't played in a few weeks, but this is a video game, PC version. The one that came out in like Gladius, I think. Yeah. Um, anyway, got into a real epic match with the Necrons at one point. Uh, very cool faction, very cool looking faction. I watch a YouTuber, can't think of his name off the top of my head, or the name of his channel, but his name is Jay. He's got long hair. Um, he's a cool guy, American. But yeah, he seems to be a real large fan of Necrons too, and he paints. I think he's even got a few videos where he paints the arm in Necrons. He's always talking about him. Yeah, these bigger bristle brushes certainly get you through painting so much faster, but I'm just so terrified of messing up a detail sometimes when I'm using them. Yeah, I do like the first-person shooter games, but I'm really uh, a big fan of strategy games. I really wish they would make Warhammer 40K, but do it like they did um, Age of Sigmar with Total War Warhammer. Oh man, I've lost a good part of my life playing Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3. Um, and I was a little bit of a fan of strategy games before that. I'd play them from time to time, but yeah, that one, I drank the Kool-Aid on that one. They would have made a 40K version. I probably would have lost my job. I think Gladius was a really good game. Um, I wish they'd have took it further. I didn't like the sequel to it, or yeah, I mean it just wasn't as fun. Oh, cool. Yeah, I went through that phase of my life too. I'm at an age where this stuff wasn't very cool when I was younger. Um, and I got into it to some extent, but I was also hormonal and a little ashamed of it at times. And painting, I never got into painting, but even just being interested in the genre and stuff like that. Kind of, we older guys, and I'm not that old, um, 40, but like guys my age are a little green with envy. You know, Dungeons and Dragons and all this stuff becomes more cool, and now females are participating. Um, so I mean that's cool, but it's like we had to trend set and like we were the ones getting beat up at school for being interested in this stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you want some suggestions on some good ones, man, honestly, I debate myself sometimes if it's a good use of my time. Um, and I don't play as much as I used to. I'll go through spurts. where I will play more or less often. But oh, um, really, this doesn't need to be much longer. How deep in there do you want it? Okay, I think I might stay, but you know, you don't want to. Jesus. Uh, I had one of my streams on in the background, and I'd been quiet in a while. And it's an old one that I was looking at to see the paint color, and I just heard it. It scared me. I'm gonna go turn it off. I'll be right back. Yeah, yeah, I'm back. I couldn't remember what color I had done the flesh tones on for this guy. Really into painting basing terrains. Yeah, man, I'm loving it too. And honestly, I don't play. I've never played Warhammer 40K or Age of Sigmar, um, but I do enjoy painting the miniatures. This is a D&D Frameworks one, um, and I've gotten into 3D printing as well. And that's there's just so many beautiful miniatures, and I'm really into here in the future figuring out how to just make like these are a lot more sturdy. I've dropped this guy 2 or 3 times now, not a huge height or distance, but things that I've seen. I'm trying to figure out what mini he was. Yeah, I got it up in the top left-hand corner. It's a Dungeons and Dragons framework, and he's got 2 options. And you see, I'm using the fire one. Um, and here's the base. And I painted these things separately, which is not always a great idea. And this time, it did I mount him wrong? His leg needs to come down a little bit. Anyway, I'm real happy with that base. Um, I got it really close with an airbrush, so just some light blending is going to make it look just awesome. I painted this upside down. I painted it separately and wasn't really um, thinking about how it would be affected. That's interesting. How is this supposed to work? Is this supposed to go back around behind the flame? Uh, oops, things don't painted things upside down. Yeah. Is that legal there in Aussie now? The cannabis? So imagining this, how's that supposed to work? It's like it's hitting its own self. Um, Unless I just have one of the legs mounted wrong. And I'm pretty sure if I do, it's the rear one. Because this front one definitely goes right where it is. That's not going to be fun to break either because I use plastic cement there. I don't know that it even needs it though, to be honest. It looks like it's touching on the ground here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, and this is something I'll be doing on stream today, is repainting this as well, so that the flames are right side up. The yellow should be on the bottom. I guess. Let's see. I mean, it should be. That's how all the other fires are done. And yeah, it just looks off like this. I kind of painted it with the intention of that, just being the bottom. Okay, so we were touching up the black. And I had a real hard time with this, getting this sword attached here. In hindsight, I should have drilled it and used a. Oh yeah, yeah, it probably is, man. Yeah, I guess I don't know the laws here, but or there, but in some places here, I think where it's legal and you have a medical card, you can have some. You can do it yourself. You can grow some in or something like that. But it varies state to state. The laws here are just, I don't want to get into a political thing, but they're just so different from state to state. It's really kind of a pain in the butt. What might be legal here might be, or might be illegal. Like there might be someone, for instance, a state over, who, let's say they sell some marijuana. Let's say they sell 10 pounds of cannabis or something. They might go to jail for 20 years, and someone 50 miles away can just do it with impunity. Like, you know, um, that doesn't make any sense. They need to go ahead and just decriminalize and, certain things like that. Especially if alcohol is going to be a substance that, in my opinion, is fucking dangerous. Excuse me. But yeah, man, I'm with you. With you on that. I feel like it. I feel like in 20 years, hopefully, in 20 or 30 years, they're going to come back and, having studied it, find all like the therapeutic benefits and things like that, and be used a lot. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people still use it recreationally, but I'm sure there's a lot of medical benefits to um, the and the fact that we have cannabinoid, what's it called, receptors in our brains, just naturally. That's wild. Yeah, man, that's great. That's honest. I mean, that's awesome. I said that's honest. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I have a hard time understanding it, alcoholism specifically. I understand addiction, um, I mean, I get it. Like, I've known people who have dealt with it, and I've known people who have it and haven't dealt with it. Um, I don't understand it just because I can sympathize but can't empathize. It's really hard to get into the mindset, and understand, just really the how and why of why things trigger certain people. I did have like a week where I drank like every day. This was years ago, probably a decade ago, but or probably even longer than that, yeah. But and I felt like after that week, like this desire to really like drink that next day, and it scared me a little bit, so I wanted to just not drink that next day, and um anyway, um, but I also had the advantage of, yeah, me too. Yeah, and it's something that's going around in the pandemic, the depression thing. Um, well, I lost my train of thought. Um, but yeah, we get in these things, our mind, um, and from the outside in, it's so easy to say, "Oh, why are you letting that bother you?" Or this shouldn't affect you. But your mind gets in this loop, and sometimes it just takes certain things to break you out of it. Um, you know, um, and of course, I don't advise alcoholics. I don't know enough about it. I haven't been through the trenches and sat through the AA meetings and, gotten to understand hundreds of people who have battled with it, suffer from it, and I have this automatic thing that I think I want to say that will just fix problems for people. But I know that's not true. That's not how it works. But like, I don't know. It's just crazy how our minds work. I'm so fascinated by every individual that I talk to and come in contact with. But yeah, yeah, exactly. It's so unique for every person. Sometimes it's hard to break out of it. But I guess if I could encourage anyone to, when dealing with a hard time of anything, addiction or anything else, is to always try to remind yourself that things are temporary and that they are loops and they're programmed and you can get out of them. And I truly believe that someone who maybe goes through a phase of dealing with alcohol, and don't, I'm not even, I feel bad even saying this because I don't want to ever encourage someone not to do what's led them down the path that, and they're doing well. But I guess the point going back to it is that everything's temporary and everything, um, that same cycle doesn't necessarily have to repeat itself. For instance, I was reading a book a while back that was talking about how smokers, whenever they smoke another cigarette, and it can even be years later, that like these neurons and paths just kind of reconnect in their brains. And to some extent, that might be true. And you kind of fall back into the habit more than the addiction or desire at first. But I would argue that, let's say that you were an alcoholic and you had problems drinking, and um, you messed up, and one day you had a drink, and it could have even been an accident, whatever. That doesn't mean that you're falling right back into that cycle, that you have to, you know, play it out the same way or anything else. Like, you have the ability, if you can be conscious and aware, to break yourself out of a pattern at any time. What's so crazy about that is that I've been through a time, even here recently, where I even know these things and logically they make sense. You cannot break yourself out of negative thought patterns sometimes without intervention or some kind of closure or some kind of discussion or something. It's so wild. So wild. Yeah, man. So wild. Really got off painting topic. Probably should get back to that. Oi. But yeah, man. That's super cool, and it's really good that you found, uh, an alternative that suits you, that you enjoy. Um, I have partaken and enjoy it, but it's just a lot of stuff. It is not legal in the state that I live in. If it was, I think I would use it recreationally. Um, I don't know how often. I know that I've used it a couple times in my life. When I was a young man, I just wanted to smoke whenever I could. As an older person, when I smoked, you know, um, I just kind of enjoyed it. Maybe every now and again on the weekends when I get home from work. I guess though I will say that yeah, after a while, each time I would start using every day. So um, it is somewhat habit forming. I do say that if I ever um, took it again or started taking it again or something like that, I'd probably opt for, edibles or something like that. Get back to painting. My nose is running. I'll be right. I'm gonna get some tissue. Hey man, you know, you're in here. I appreciate you watching and uh, kind of giving me somebody to interact with. Um, I really appreciate any feedback. I'm new to this. Um, I'm doing this on YouTube too. I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. Um, and I know the YouTube videos are, um, well, honestly, I'm getting just as many viewers right now on both platforms, but I know that I'm not going to get as many on YouTube. But on YouTube, I should probably focus on short, edited video content, right, rather than live streaming. I like YouTube as a platform a little bit better, but I feel like Twitch can be more lucrative if you get popular. Anyway, any feedback, especially on how to improve the content or audio, visual. I'm actually about to do some airbrushing in a minute, so I have another camera set up for that as well. I'll switch over and have a little homemade booth. Yeah, the depression is serious. I've been trying to make shorts for people for so long. Nobody's taking me up on it. I have a lot of great ideas. Oh, shorts. Um, yeah, man, that would be awesome. I have a lot of content that I've been streaming that I would love to put into a couple short videos. I'd really like to put out two per miniature, right? So and I posted this on uh, Reddit earlier. I don't know if you're on Reddit, but in the mini painting and the mini Warhammer painting community, I posted this guy earlier, um, which well, it keeps fluffing up. Get down, boy. Okay, whatever. So I also thought about anyway. I'm thinking about like six different things in my head right now. Um, I put this guy on Reddit earlier, trying to get some feedback on him. Um, the highlights need some work. Is this the one of the spirits? I don't know what's in the bottom of this. It doesn't look clean. I used the oil wash. I see a place where the black paint is exposed. Where are my white spirits? Here we go. Actually, all we need is I have those basting. Go check me out on YouTube. I have a couple, but you know what? We should probably let me give you my Discord, and we can jump on there and talk about some ideas and stuff. Yeah, I'd love some help making some content. Let me think about it for a few minutes too, and yeah, um, I don't really guess there's any risk to, you know, maybe we'll do it like this, we'll kind of get to know each other on stream and in Discord for a couple days or whatever. And then I'll try to give you maybe access and moderator access to like the Twitch videos and things. You'll be able to download them. Um, oh wow, what happened there? Um, you'll be able to download them and you could actually help me make some content because these streams, it's just too much. I don't have enough time to stream and video edit enough. And a lot of times, I'm a single dad, and a lot of times I actually have a little one with me. She's not here this weekend, but oh, okay, I never went back and cleaned that off. I was like, what in the world happened? Just being lazy though. Looks like I need to go back over it. The paint, for whatever reason, was thinning too much. Not really working for me, so not a big deal. And this thing really could use some highlights. One of the things that I was trying to attempt with this, get back on camera here. I just need more spirits. So stingy with these spirits. Just dump some in the bowl. Right? What am I saving it for? I'm trying to use it right now. Try to use like the least amount of paint and everything that I need for the situation. As to not be wasteful, but sometimes just spreading it around or something. What's going on here? Well, I'm gonna have to lighten that back up or something. Which I think I was going for this, let's not make it as bright as everything else, because it started tilting up. But this surface right here is flat enough to get a pretty significant glare, and then it should come down and get duller. So maybe I did that and just, yeah, it looks black. I don't know. Anyway, this is one that I put on Reddit to get some feedback on. I need some work on the highlights. And the gold, I tried to work on raising the highlights here, and you can see it in some places. But it just seems to reflect a little bit better in those locations, but doesn't really create the significant, oh, that looks bad right there too, doesn't it? Doesn't really create the significant glare, the significant highlight that I'm looking for. Of course, all of it needs to be edged, lined, and Discord. Yeah, I'll give you that in just a second. Yeah, that looks really nice based on it. I'll give you that Discord info. Let me actually go generate a link. I have most everything brought up on my other computer. Oh, I don't know if you were here earlier, but this is a brand new setup for me on a laptop, an older laptop. So I'm still learning everything, where everything is, and I was trying to do this in front of my computer desk. I'm just having some issues. Give me 2 seconds. You know what? I actually have a permanent link, I think, on my YouTube videos. I'll post a link to that real quick as well. Let's see. Hey, I sent that over. That's actually my personal Discord. Like, my friends may jump in there from time to time. It's nothing to do with the channel or anything. Um, and I'm not responsible for any of the content or views or whatever in there. Like, uh, who knows what people post in the comments and things like that. I whispered it to you. Okay. What does DW mean? I'm not a mega PC person. DW. You can get Discord on your phone though, man. You don't necessarily have to use it on PC. It's just a way for you to chat with people. But yeah, it just makes it easier. International calls and all that nonsense. And I mean, if you wanna help me generate some content, that'd be awesome, man. But we probably ought to talk a few times, get to know each other. I don't think you would do anything nefarious, you know. But I just I just like getting to know people anyway. Even if even if there was nothing that you know I could provide for you or you could provide for me. Sometimes it's just cool getting to know new people. I'm about to switch to the paintbrush, or excuse me, the airbrush for just a moment. So I'm just kind of straightening up this little area real quick. I tend to, at times, when I'm not using it, put things that are in my way while I'm streaming into the paint booth. You can get cluttered. This new setup is so much nicer. Everything's right here beside each other. Um, and I could pretty seamlessly do one over the other. Right now I'm gonna actually switch cameras and go over the airbrush so that I can redo this. I also need to fix the and I had another little flame that got messed up. Somehow got white paint on it. Where'd it go? I couldn't have gotten too far. Send my best generals to find it. Okay. Let's see, here's the airbrush station. So just switch right over. Oh, yeah, that's right. I had it minimized in the bottom corner. Don't even have to switch my stuff off. Let's put this guy. Maybe we can generate some interest if anybody is looking through the channels. Okay, which one do we want to use? Probably go ahead and go for the Iwata. Do you use airbrushes? I like the name, by the way. A unique take on it. Man, I tell you, I like, and everybody says it online. I don't know if you believe them or not. If you've ever watched anyone like talking about the airbrushes, and they say start with the $30 one, and the $20 one. Honestly, man, it really does work. Like you're not going to get um, some of the fine things that you can do with a more expensive airbrush. Honestly, no. You can do anything that you can do with a more expensive airbrush with the cheaper ones. Even get a very fine pattern. Um, and honestly, I have a couple nicer ones. None of the really expensive ones. The most expensive one I have right now is the Iwata. I think it was like 170. But I have a Badger for fine detail work. That was 100. But most of my starter airbrushes, for instance, this is a TimberTech. I want to say it was 40. Um, right now I got a .2 needle or a .15 needle, very thin needle in it. I can change the cup. It has a guard on the back so that I can limit the amount. It's double action. I can limit the amount of. I mean, it's $40. It comes with everything I need, cups and feeds, and not a huge expense. And I could have used that a lot longer than I did. I guess you'd think there's some kind of magic to, or I thought there was some kind of magic to getting the more expensive brushes, but it really didn't end up being that way. I'm using ink here. This is just some red ink. Use a little bit of flow medium with that. Thin it just a little bit. I usually use. I've misplaced a very good stirring brush that I like to use. Oh no! Thought I saw the other flame that I was looking for. Give this a little stir. This is the Iwata, the more expensive one, and it doesn't have a very fine spray pattern. It's got a great action, and I think that's what people love about Iwatas is that, or the main thing is that when I pull this trigger back to a certain distance, I'm going to get the same amount of paint every time. Um, so basically right now I'm just going to switch the places of the red and the yellow. It's going to take a few coats of each to do it, and I'll be going back and forth, but of course the red's going to be easy. It'll make light work of this here. I'll have to go back with it and touch it up um, with some filters and things of that nature. Otherwise, ran out of ink quickly. And because I'm going to have to go over it again, I'm not even worried about misplaces. And I'm basically going to zenithal the thing at this point. I need a base so it doesn't fall. Okay. There's still a lot of red still left in this cup, so I'm going to go ahead and just clean it real quick. I don't have to get it good because I'm going to come back and pretty much zenithal this, and I don't care if it's a little pink, it's a base. I mean, it's not, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just trying to get the majority of the red out of here so that it's not too dark. Here I can use a white ink, and really or I could use a white primer if it's close by. And really the only reason for the ink or primer is because I'm lazy and don't want to have to thin it. Remember the paint I need, Wraithbone. Is that a Citadel paint or an Army painter? I know it's got to be only one of like 3 or 4 brands because only those 3 or 4 brands name their paints like that. Sounds like a color I need too, though. I'm always custom, but I don't mind mixing colors. I kind of enjoy it to some extent. It's not as fun for miniature painting, and the downsides are not having like these pre-mixed colors. You can just go back to and say, oh, well, I used a certain color on this. I can just grab that color and either touch it up or paint another one just like it. I don't remember shaking this, so get a little shaky, shaky. Just a little bit of white, put the top. This could be thinned a little bit as well because it's going to be opaque. I mean, it's white, right? Is this the brush I was using? It's definitely kind of pink, but not very. And it doesn't matter. No, not that pink. Not even that pink. Yeah, probably that pink. There we go. There we go. That's fine. White, you're so splotchy all the time. Why you gonna be so splotchy, White? You can make me use words like splotchy. I think I'm gonna start telling racist white people jokes, which I think I can since I'm technically Caucasian. I can crack on white people all I want. I think though, and this is kind of weird. I think that white people get madder when white people crack on them than they do like and a comedian of a different race could come in and talk about white people like all day long, and it's funny, but I don't know if it's as funny when it's a white person. Hey man, supposed to not bring that up, right? Remember the unspoken thing? Don't point out how bad we are to people. Anyway, I'm not gonna get down that path on the old channel. Well, this looks more white than I wanted it, much more than a zenithal, but I knew I was going to have to make multiple coats. And honestly, I should have started with this color, but no biggie. It was going to take a couple. So I'm going to dump this, but I'm not even really going to clean it out. Where's my float medium? Here we go. So I'm going to dump that, right? And that's just getting the majority of the thick paint out. This yellow is so transparent that this, and that white really does the trick anyway, but so our yellow, take a bit of this. Thinking it's time to make an order of I like golden fluid paints really good. Not well, I like the high flow paints too, but golden fluid. You need this for this rock. I purchased up a photo of what I'm working on right now in the Discord under miniatures. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out in just a second. Are you one of those that subscribe to the battery low notification? My laptop has come unplugged. I need to fix it pretty quickly. Okay, crisis averted. I think I walked too far away. I need to figure out a solution for the audio. I have other methods, but this picks up the best. It doesn't pick up as much of the noise, the ambient. I have a fan at the airbrush station and an exhaust fan for the room in general. And oh man, it sounds like I'm in a. I don't know. Is any of that picking up now? What color paints do you have, man? I might can help you walk through mixing a color that's very similar. Let me look up what the wraith bone is actually supposed to look like. Is that a contrast or is that a oh, did you already say? You said that was a base? Alright, so I'm going top down. Wait a minute. That's right. Okay. It's like when I'm painting it, it just seems so wrong to me to have this, but this is gonna be, yeah. Okay. Which it doesn't make sense though that this curls the way it does to begin with. If this is upside down, oh maybe. We'll see. Alright. So now I'm gonna go at it from a mid angle, adding a little bit of red to this. We're gonna orange it up. Ooh. Man, I tell you, working with these inks can be dangerous if you're careless. Last time I spelled white ink, man, I'm still finding white stuff everywhere. Okay. See how orange we're getting with that. That's a good orange. Alright. First try. I like it. Already seems plenty fluid enough. Very transparent. Okay. We'll be okay though. Okay, I'm just gonna go at it roughly just kind of a horizontal. Leave that yellow on the bottom. And that orange in the middle. Some on Wednesday. I need some neck some more as well. I got others. Do they have GW shops down there, or like here in the States? You know, I honestly don't know if they have GW shops. I've only ever been to local hobby shops that carry the GW line. Um, and I like GW paints. I have some. Um, I'm not a fan of their pots. You know what? That's not true. I'm not a huge fan of GW paints, if I had to be honest. And I do use them sometimes. I use Retribution Armor and Lead Belcher and a few more. Abaddon Red on that previous miniature. But not all the colors. I mean, for instance, I have a book right here. And this is from a Stormcast Eternal set that I bought. And I'm sure you're familiar with this. I mean, I'm not showing you anything that you're not familiar with. But just to create this one guy, I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 different paints from their line to paint this one guy. So you pay $100 for the box, and then you pay what is that? The cheapest you're going to get, their smallest pots is going to be $4.99, $5 a pop at 20. That's 24 times 5. What is that? $250. I mean, 300. I mean, dude, to paint one miniature, they're just ridiculous. We just pay a ridiculous amount for Warhammer here, and it's 50% markup. Yeah, just a heads up. A lot of time games are very misleading with the paints they say they use. Yeah, I know. That's why. That's hence why the Reddit post I made earlier, where I was like, I'm trying to replicate the box art without, and that's kind of the kick I'm on right now is replicating box art, and I'm kind of doing that. I'm not using any of the Vallejo colors on this. The new D&D Vallejo marked up, really small paints. Um, really not enamored with them, which I understand. Vallejo's trying to get people into their line, but um, for instance, I have a Drider kit. I bought the D&D Frameworks, and it came with these strips of little paint pots that are all connected. Um, Something like you'd see in a craft box, like for a kid, a cheap. I mean, and they were Vallejo paints, but I, you know, it just gave me the impression of cheap. And if I didn't already know Vallejo, I would think cheap paint. It was messy, so easy to spill. I think they're going to give people a bad experience. And starting off, I don't really think that's what is going to draw people to come back and buy more. This Balor was $100, um, and I bought him. I want to support my local shops, but I could have I could have 3D printed him for or not him specifically, but a big demon. For what? You buy one for $5 and then you print him for another 2 or 3. Wow, that red just completely overpowered everything, which is fine. It's good. Kind of what we wanted. Now we'll go over the top, which looks like the bottom, the dusting of red. Oh, I just started that. Hmm. Okay. Well, it doesn't look right now, but hopefully when I turn it upside down and put it on the miniature, it'll start to make more sense. Getting splotches everywhere. Those won't be as easy to cover up. Well, let's say this is splotches are happening because I'm using the airbrush wrong. Trying to break a bad habit. I learned to paint things younger for, just with a spray paint can. And to conserve paint, when you're spray painting and you're going across the surface, you just let off. I let off when I'm going to the outside, so I paint let off, and as I come back by, I let off, and as I come back by, so that I'm not just spraying paint out to the sides. But yeah, and it's not getting runny as well. But when you do it with an airbrush, you see all these little dots. Just, oh, it looks so bad. Probably gonna have to run over it with the yellow again, which won't cover it up, but actually it looks so good like that. And that red is on the underneath. We'll see if we can get away with that. Let me just get this one darkened up a little bit. Big old red splotch, whatever. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Reddit myself. Um, which I used to not be very active in the community, but I'm trying to get more active. And then I have an old account, my personal account that so I'm trying to be more active on this YouTube account. Probably need to add a little black. Maybe I think if I go over it with a black, I'm gonna do a thin. Actually, where's that small flame that I saw earlier? There was a teeny flame that I wasn't even sure I was gonna put on the model. Add some white paint on it. I don't see it anywhere, so oh, here it is. Let's see, my decision got made easy. You see how I added that black? Like the red is cooling off, so I think that looks good. Need to fix that though. Forgot about it, and I need yellow to do it. Hate to have to mix yellow again, but it is what it is. I like to paint these flames um, the same blend that I'm able to airbrush, which just takes so much longer. Now, of course, I'm going to touch it up, and yeah, I mean, it doesn't solve all the problems. And yeah, I'm not building a lot of brush skill in these moments, but wow. I'll call you back in just a little while, friend. Okay. I keep turning my phone over to check Reddit, and it turns off the do not disturb ringer setting that I have when I turn it upside down. This is an orange. Just trying to be careful not to spray the It's really not fixing that white, is it? Another coat. Well, okay. Anyway. That's right. I'm still need to go back over it with yellow. Okay, hopefully we're getting close. I have a very opaque, light white, almost yellow that I can use if I need. This doesn't look it's going to be opaque enough. Hopefully it's not going to turn too orange as I mix it. If it does, I'll just have to add another coat here in a minute, which won't hurt at all. It needs as many coats as possible. Try to get rid of what is now coming up as little pink dots. So let's go ahead and get it kind of thick as far as airbrushing paint goes anyways. Yeah, I'm going to add the mix to it because that's not it, is it? Maybe so you don't see it. Oh, here we go. Need to put these inks up. It's getting kind of crowded in here. It's crazy how this, just a drop of this will turn this into like this, a much more opaque, looking yellow. And doesn't, drown the color. Just kind of becomes a little bit brighter, a lot more opaque yellow. Okay, so, and we'll notice that when I hit the parts with this, you see a lot more opacity. That's the habit I'm trying to break, is the constant letting off of the spray. I'm probably going to go back through all of the colors again. This one's turned out to be, I probably spend as much time on this one little piece as I've spent on the entirety of the flame so far. That actually looks good. Where's those with the dots? They're getting harder to see. That's great. Okay. We'll do one more coat of this yellow and probably let it dry and then come back and I'm trying to remember if I've varnished the demon yesterday. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did at one point, but I'm not sure if I did. Seal everything in. I had two kind of bad streaming days today and yesterday anyway, at least when I first started. I've been on for 4 or 5 hours now. I actually ended it and restarted it at one point. I ended up setting up a second camera. I did a lot of that work on stream because I'm just ADHD and it occurred to me right in the middle of the stream. Um, so I have these videos with these gaps that I can go back and edit out. I don't know, I might can on Twitch, but I can on YouTube. I don't know if I'll make the videos private or not. I like having the records of how I painted things online. People can go back and see what I've done, but until I get to be a better streamer and kind of know more and have my environment kind of set up for a while and just get in the flow of things better. Um, my streams just won't be as high quality. Plus, you know, um, I think I need to figure out how the ADHD stuff's going to affect the stream too, because getting distracted and leaving everyone for 20 minutes, even if you're coming back and like, hey, I'm still working on this issue. They can't see you or hear you when they jump on. They're not going to stick around. Um, so there's huge flaws in some of the things I'm doing, and I know it, and I'll work on those. But there's a lot of stuff that I can improve too that I probably am not noticing or seeing. So right now I'm just cleaning out my airbrush a little bit. I am planning on painting more on that, but um, I'm gonna let those paints dry, and it's an optional piece. I don't know if I'm even gonna put it on. But he needs another coat of probably, oh, I know red and black, probably orange too. It's crazy about the fires. Just use the most basic of colors and get a good fire. I think the one that looks the worst right now is probably the sword, and well, that's fine because I plan on spending a lot of time on it. I think the base looks amazing. The body looks really good. Um, leave some medium in there just in case I didn't. Oh yeah, one thing I did forget to do. Need to dump this water. Getting the point of cleaning and breaking down your airbrush, man. A toothbrush is such a good tool. Always keep one handy, except for right now in this moment. I want to use one and clean the tip. That's crazy though. I always keep it right here. And today, maybe I brushed my teeth with it this morning. Just kidding. I'll just get a stiff bristle brush and do it. Basically, it works so much better with a toothbrush. You can just kind of scrub for a second. Yeah, that was. It's clean though. Cool, cool, cool. Happy with that. This badger is gonna fall off of here, man. The weight is just weird on it. I know I shouldn't leave the brushes like that. This is just a mixing brush. Okay. Well, we got a good bit of the work done on this, and that's what we wanted. We continue painting on here. I'm not going to hook this up yet, as far as gluing it or anything, but this will give us a better idea. Wow, that looks different. You know what? This guy never got the, that's the difference there. This guy never got the opaque. Um, this guy got a zenithal on white. This was clear resin, or not clear resin, but clear plastic. But oh, and yeah, that's right. I did a very light black primer on it to start with, and didn't zenithal it or do anything white. Which, yeah, it was a very light. You could still see through it. I just basically dusted it with primer. And that was on purpose. I was just playing with it, but I guess I forgot to come back and do my diligence. Okay, we can cut this one camera off now. Super fast. Look at the bone. Cool, man. Cool, cool. Let me turn off the. There we go. Okay, guess we can get back to work on start get his other hand in order, and I imagine Bracer's gonna come out black, flame coming out of the side of it. So I need you connected to paint you up here, do we? Instead about using too small of a brush again. The right brush for the job. Imagine we'll get some reflections off of the flames. Gonna hit the bed midnight tune in tomorrow. Okay, man. Yeah, I try to get on every morning, dude. Yeah, appreciate it, dude. Awesome. Leave me some feedback. Hit me up, and yeah, I'd like to get with you too on the videos, man. I definitely could use some help. Um, let me before you sign off real quick, man. I'll whisper my email address. Um, and we'll exchange emails, and I can a couple days set you up or something. We can talk about. And I probably have content that you could use to do some of the short ideas that you had, but I'd actually like to hear more. I mean, people are always looking for content, more ideas and stuff you got. Yeah. Anyway, I'll whisper that to you. Even if you're offline, I think you'll have it for tomorrow. So have a good night, dude. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here or not, dude. I liked your mini. I was asking about the different colors you used. Pretty sick. I wasn't even thinking about the Discord thing. Yeah. I don't know if I necessarily need your email with that, but cool, man. It's really good to meet you. I can probably hit that with the airbrush again. I think I need to. We'll worry about it later. Um, Okay, back to work. Boy. Boy. Oh my. I knew that was coming. Paint seems so paint seems so glossy right there. It just doesn't want to even stick. It's weird. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, this needs that black. And it might actually pull everything together. Oh wow. Hey, thanks. Oh, what's up, Jay? How long ago was that? 6, 7 minutes ago. What's up, homeboy? Is that a heard my phone go off? Is that a text message from you? I know you want to ask me while I'm doing this in the middle of the day, but you're afraid I'm gonna ask you to borrow money. I'm just playing. Had a cool guy in here earlier chatting me up about some painting he was doing. Starting to get a little bit of interest in the channel and painting. Maybe as I improve the painting, the channel will improve as well. I appreciate the compliment too on the color choices. Um, I'm trying to copy the box art really, and I'm not really exact, but I feel like I'm getting close. I am definitely capturing the overall look of it. Probably gonna need to move to a off-white. Trying to turn up the exposure a bit so it seems brighter, but hmm. Let's add that contrast to the shoulder pad, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there. I definitely need to hit these chains again over here. Um, You gotta be paying attention. Well, Jay Holder might have left already. Something I need to work on for sure. I'm gonna need to produce a white, or off white, excuse me. Probably gonna need maybe like a combination of an ivory and an ochre. Possibly something like that. Which, oh, I'm really looking for more of a mix here than midtones and highlights. Get off of me, damn it. Okay. Bright ivory. I don't think I've opened this one yet. Um, phone been going off like crazy. Let me see what's happening. Um, what is the Games Workshop? Retribution Armor? Yeah. It's just trying to catch up on my. Well, I'm getting plenty of likes, not a lot of comments. I guess I need to ask more, better questions. I might update the post later. Hit this with black. What's left? Chains on the skin. Oh, the white. I was about to do. How did? What? Oh, I was like, how did they get like that? I forgot that I used like the cap. I'm looking for a little bit of a bony color. What's up? What's up, man? How's it going? Appreciate you saying something when you jumped in the chat. It's hard to keep up if people are in here. People aren't throwing some kind of some kind of discourse in the channel. How's it going, man? You painting something up yourself or just kind of watching? I'm glad I didn't just try to sit down just now. I had grabbed a box of paint earlier and it was in my seat behind me. You would have got to hear me say a bunch of loud curse words. That might have been fun. I'm pretty new, gathering paints and stuff. Awesome, man. Well, if there's any advice I give you, or if you got any questions, man, I'd love to be able to help you out, give you some advice. Trying to think about how I want to approach adding highlights to the black and trying to bring out a metallic look. Um, hmm. Gonna get a 40K box and play Tyranids. Okay, man. Yeah, I think Tyranids would be a really good start. As far as armies to paint. Um, well, you say that. I think the models are getting more and more complex. But yeah, you have a lot of fun with that. You mostly into Warhammer, or do you like to you like any other kind of miniatures? Is it D&D or? Yeah, Golden, and it's not a miniature paint brand. Golden just has really good, high quality paints. They have a high flow line and a fluid line, and the fluid line is absolutely brilliant. Now, there's plenty of good paints out there. Pro Acryl is good. AK Interactive is good. All very highly pigmented, dense paints. But I'm partial to fluid. And here's an example. And I'll show you why. This is a cobalt turquoise color they have. Just very high quality, highly pigmented paints. I can take this with just water, and I'll just use some dirty paint water here. And just thin this for days and use it like no problem. I mean, just the pigment in it is so dense. You can just get it watery as all get out and still got plenty of pigment in it. And then if I want a opaque level this, which is this paint even opaque? Yeah, so it's very opaque. Golden does this other great thing with their paints. Is they paint it across the front. It gives you an idea of how opaque their paints are. How they show up as they start to get lighter and transition from one to another. It's just awesome paint. And then if you mix it with some kind of flow medium or something, like this, let's take that, and just the way it mixes and stays together, it's just a thing of art. Look at that. That's just beautiful. And I mean, that's thin, but it's, you don't have any separation. There's no like, even with the one used in water. I mean, it's just great paint. Um, and it's my favorite, the golden fluid. And I'll tell you, one of the real benefits to it is that I can use it on my palette, and it's not as thin as an ink or an airbrush paint. But I can also use it in my airbrush, and it's thin enough, pretty much, to go ahead and go through the airbrush. But I can thin it and just get the perfect consistency without losing all the opacity, or all the strength of the paint. Right? I can get it really liquid and still have it strong, or I can keep it a little bit thicker, you know, or I can just thin the crap out of it and have it really weak. So yeah, just a great paint line. But I'm like every other painter, and I have a little bit of all of them. Um, I use Pro Acryl a lot too. It's probably my second favorite. I'm not in love with the containers they have. The well, you know what? I actually think that Pro Acryl allows you to get two different kinds of lids. I think there's a company that does that. So if I have the wrong kind, it's my own fault. But yeah, they just get dirty, and there's always something left on the tip. And I try to get it off because I'm just stingy with my paint. And then it ends up smearing across the palette and drying out faster. Um, but I mean, nobody has the perfect paint except maybe Vallejo. Excuse me, I didn't say perfect paint. I meant to say perfect paint container. I'll tell you one thing that I bought online that I swear by are um, these refillable paint bottles. I'm using this one for a flow medium that I make. A little recipe. I'm tempted to try dry brushing, but I feel like I'm too far into the paint job to use dry brushing to bring out the metallic of this black. I feel like I might need to use gray. I have a black metallic paint, and I'm almost, of the mind that, um, do I want to try to paint highlights on these very, very small pieces? I should make it easy, but at the same time, it's just going to be a lot of work. I'm seeing some parts that I missed earlier. I was about to put this guy back up on his painting support mount thing I had. I was distracted talking to someone. Flame medium to make them act like contrast paints. Yeah, so I've had a journey with flow mediums of different kinds. I bought a bunch and play with a different. I'm actually should probably make a video, slap it on YouTube. So yes and no. I have two different mediums that I mix. One is my contrast medium, like you're talking about, and it's very similar to Citadel's um, contrast medium. I have some here. It dries clear. I mean, it's just like it. And this is a flow medium without the additive, um, which is it's basically the same. There really is no difference. They both dry clear. This one has a little more PVA glue in it, so um, it's it just has like a little more of a varnish property to it, a little bit. Um, it's a little bit stickier, things like that. And this just, I mean, it's just clear, just flows. And it's just a homemade medium that I make that I run through my airbrush and mix with my paint that you see how it just bangs together better. It has a little bit of acrylic medium in it. Um, It just gives a very smooth, I mean, it just rolls over things. Like painting with glycerin. And I actually do have a video on YouTube on how to make these. Um, so go give it a watch. It's under the same name if you want. Um, but it's just a mixture of water, um, a little bit of glycerin, a little bit of oh wow, I'm having trouble remembering the recipe all of a sudden. Water, glycerin, oh, acrylic medium, and PVA glue. And the actual clear one has a little bit of PVA glue in it also. It is just a clear version of the PVA glue. I'm gonna step away for about 20 seconds to recharge one of my earbuds. Be back. Yeah, man, the I swear by the flow mediums. I don't know if you airbrush or not, but I rarely use paint thinner anymore either. Use that in place. Um, the only time I use thinner or alcohol-based products is if I'm looking to make it dry fast or something of that nature. Hmm. Okay. I feel like I'm about ready to knock out these chains. I'm not really sure though. Yeah, I'm gonna probably do some metallics on that because wrapping those chains around his body and then they're supposed to be black chains and then making them contrast with the black. Um, which I need to highlight that as well. I'm holding it off camera. It's my first rodeo. Okay, actually, let's sit back down. Keep hitting my head on the lighting. And then how do I want to do this? I think I just need to find some reflective paint that I like. Um, I have this metallic paint that I bought a long time ago. I've never tried it on a miniature. I'm worried it could be a bit glossy. Probably the best thing to do is to paint a little bit of it and let it dry. Oh, you want another quick tip, dude? Um, get you one of these. I actually 3D printed this one on my FDM printer, but really you can make one with a piece of cardboard or just a piece of paper like this. As it gets wrinkled, you use your dry brush on it as it gets wrinkled, and the paint hardens. It forms these ridges. That's all you need. But use dry brushing. But oh, come on. Let's see this. This is some Liquitex. What is this? Wicked aluminum, wicked black pearl. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, that's right. I threw a marble in here. I actually have a paint agitator. Not sure if they're worth it. Use metallics though, especially the ones that have the flakes in the bottom. Always have to be mixed and mixed and mixed. Those look good. Doesn't look like metal though. What on here could be metal? Um, Maybe this thing. Hmm. Really sure what a. And this is really just to get the paint off, but I'm actually trying to look at the effect it leaves on the corners. And I see that's over gold though. Wonder what it looks like over black. Let's see. I got a big old fat, like number 8 somewhere close by. Big old dump brush here. Just paint one of these black and see how it looks. Let's do this. Give that just a second to dry. I like that the paint's pretty much dry already. Okay, got that guy painted black. It's not quite dry yet. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this black looks like. This pearlized black. I'm just gonna leave like a little silver edge to it. Let's see if I brush it up, if I can get more of a mark. Hmm. Am I brave enough to try to hit my demon with that? Am I seeing anything? Yeah. I'm so afraid to get too much on there that I'm getting too much off of it. I see it showing up a little bit, but I think it would just work better if I just painted it on there. And right now I have such a small. I let my daughter use this a couple of brushes a while back. She used my dry brush and then didn't not even on a something dry like with a wet paint, and then left the brush out and it's got this paint still stuck in it. Trying to get it out. Pretty much ruined the brush trying to get the paint out, but yeah, I see it. It's gonna leave the highlight I think that I want her close to it, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to dry brush it. I really don't see it leaving. I almost feel like it's too ridged. Um, or like sometimes I feel like it's taking the paint off the part of the miniature that or not the miniature, but the dry palette is taking the paint off of the a part that I wanted on. Okay. Anyway, I feel like I need to add the black to this flame. I'm not quite ready to connect it up anyway. So, hmm, figure out how I want to do that as well. Probably start with black. I wonder if that was that transparent black I was working with yesterday. Is that why? It didn't seem opaque enough today. I wonder if having the sword kind of start black, like that black metal, and having it kind of fade into the flames. That way it matches the black metal that's supposed to be on the other parts of his, I guess you could call it armor. Outfit, gear, whatever you want to denote it as. See, it looks like we got the same type of situation up here with the black riveted metal going around and like bone or shards of rock stuck in there. I'm gonna assume it's bone. You got a bone serving as a hilt there. That's kind of cool. If anybody picked up on that. I'm jumping around so much on this miniature. Well, that reminds me, I need to hit my boy up. Go to lunch one day this week, didn't he? Oh, I forgot about that. So let me get this nerd a break and get him out of the house. Get him a social life for a day. Actually, what time is it? It's getting on in the afternoon. I have some things I need to take care of. You still with me, dude? I'll keep streaming if somebody's watching. It's not like I need to go or anything. I just got some stuff I need to take care of before the end of the day. You're watching? Oh, what's up, Jay? You don't have to answer in chat or nothing here, Broham. But oh, it's Monday. It's Memorial Day. Yeah, everybody's off work. What day did you want to go grab lunch, man? Hmm. I guess if I'm gonna paint these that metallic black, then they're just gonna need to be black to begin with. Hmm. I wonder if I do need to paint these. Well, yeah, I do because the areas all around them basically didn't get hit because I was trying to, or didn't get hit thoroughly enough. I was trying to avoid them, thinking they were going to be some other color. Still seems like I'm seeing the red poking through. Probably could have done that with the airbrush, but I'm guessing they're releasing Diablo 4 for Xbox and PlayStation. I don't know. I'm talking about it. Does anyone in chat know if they're releasing it on the different platforms? I played it for like 2 hours during the beta. A buddy of mine turned me on to it to remind me that it was coming up and tried it out. It was pretty fun. Bit hack and slash. That's not working. Seems like whenever I use that yellow one, it gets so slick, glossy feeling. Might be time for a varnish. Paint seems like it wants to slide right off. Could be the ink, I guess. Hmm. I feel like I want to go ahead and add the transparent black onto this so that I can get an idea of how everything's going to look together. I need to work on this hand for just a minute. Where did my water go? Okay, where did this it? Here we are. Oh, wow, it's almost 4 hours now, plus the 2 or 3 hours I streamed this morning. I feel like I'm coming up on an 8 hour day already. I might have to redo the black. Skulls are a bit too white. We'll bring them back to a white and little bit of highlighting places, but definitely want this bone color aged. Bone color. I'm just hitting the skeletons around the body, trying to give them a more of a bone color. Once they get a little bit of gray and highlights, they'll they'll Oh wow, completely missed the middle of those, didn't I? Yeah. Well, I already know I'm going to have to repaint that blot. Okay. Well, this setup that I've changed my little painting environment around is much better. I can definitely tell my back's not hurting as much. I'm not as slouched over. And quite honestly, I know I still get off camera sometimes, but actually be able to provide me a well, that's looking good. That is looking good. Need to do some work on the head. Get him matching, but uh, okay. Slap that down in some paint. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna add a quick black, thin black coat to this. And oh, we'll see how it looks. Alright, I'm gonna pop on the airbrush cam. You guys can watch me do this. Not really much to it. Bit uninteresting if you ask me, but I'm gonna mix some the transparent black and just some flow medium. Couple drops of that. What happened there? Did I get paint on it? I bet I laid it down in some paint. Oops. It's really thin now. I can just spray it with abandon. What do you guys think? I think it looks pretty good. Huh? Huh? Yeah, that's hot. That's a sexy bitch right there. Um, and yeah, those flames look so much better without this being upside down, that being redone. And you touch this up, and of course I'm not done with the sword. The sword's actually, um, I'm thinking of going in black metallic and then transitioning into the heat and the flame. But that flame being flipped upside down where the yellow's on the bottom and the red is on the top and it gets darker and blacker, it really um, helps the sucker come together and kind of pop. Now I need to come back over it with red, yellow, transparents and blend it um, along with the sword as well. And I will probably come back and do a little bit of work on the flesh to make the highlights pop a little bit and to do some outlining, but otherwise, yeah, I think it's looking really sharp. It needs black lining for sure. So what I might do is a varnish and then plan to do an oil wash once it dries. So that'll probably be how I end the stream today, would be the varnish. I say I end today. I could be back later, but I've streamed a long time today, so I'm not sure. But we'll have our guy tomorrow. So we'll varnish him. We'll probably start with the oil wash tomorrow. Um, yeah, that takes so long to dry. I tell you what, I'm gonna do the oil wash today. I might do it off camera, because if that's all I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna come back and start a stream for a 15-minute oil wash. But I'll slap the oil wash on him, and get it ready for tomorrow. And then tomorrow morning, hopefully, it'll be dried enough that I can plan on taking off the oil, uh, you know, and then hopefully most of the black lining will be done at that point, and we'll really just be looking at revarnishing, starting to touch up and blend highlights. I feel like in another day I could get this at display level, and then in another probably week or two I could probably have it competition ready, but I'm not painting this for a competition. I am just painting it for fun. I'm probably going to try to paint it to a display level where if I put it in a little case, it would look good. You know, somebody walked into my office and was like, "Oh, cool." Um, or if somebody wanted to borrow him for a game of Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. Um, they could do so. Really happy with it so far, though. Just imagine how good it's gonna look when those highlights. Take this thing off my head. Um, Uh-oh, something just fell. I wonder if that just, if I have a ghost or if it's, my daughter's little kitty cat getting into mischief. Very cool. Mm. Yep, I think we can finish that up tomorrow. Let's do the varnish, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to a varnish. Did need to do another coat on this guy as well before I started that. So I'm gonna do a quick coat of red, then a thin black, and then I'll varnish both of these, and that'll be wrapping it up. So put a real thin black in here now. Just gonna dump it, and we'll go with our dark red. Ooh, that was a little bit stronger than I was looking for. Might be okay though. I didn't realize that getting the full blast there, but that's about right. And then I guess we're ready for varnish. I need to clean it out a little bit. You guys can bear with me for a moment. Make sure we're working with a clean cup because definitely don't want that varnish being tinted or colored in any way. We're going to go matte on the varnish. Uh, where did that? Here we go. We'll get the Okay, just cleaning out the airbrush now. Oh wait. Okay, airbrush is clean. Put a little fluid to make sure no paint can dry in there. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up here for the day. If you enjoyed the content, guys, go check me out on YouTube. I have pretty much reported all the progress I've made on this guy so far. Plus, I have a few guys I did before this. Like, subscribe, and give me that feedback. Let me know what you guys think of the videos, if there's ways I can improve, or if you just hate them. Let me know that too. I enjoyed painting with you guys today, though, and we'll see you next time.